Get down!
What's up? How we doing, party people? I didn't know that this wasn't on the side. Hold on. Before I lose power. Okay, there we go. Hey, what's up, Nah? How you doing? Welcome, everybody. Hopefully, everybody are doing all right. You. Hey, yo, what's up, Fizzy? Uh, Hopefully you guys are doing all right. I feel like my camera's really close. What the hell is that symbol? Fizzy, that's the symbol you get for cheering 10K? That's crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Uh, we have some interesting topics we want to cover today. Uh, yeah, that's what that red box mean. So thank you. Uh, I don't. I think people who have, at least on my channel, if you've given 10K, I think you might have access to like special emotes. I'm not sure. Let me check. I really don't know. But it fits with their aesthetic. Yeah, I think there is. I think you get one of these keys, and then like you get one of the. I know the gold one. I think the gold one. All the gold ones are for like tiers. So like that gold stranger one is a special one. Hopefully everyone's doing all right. Make sure you get in the race so you can enjoy the bragging rights. And we'll continue Operation Fix the Bot. My goodness. Operation Fix the Bot. And we'll. I think the problem we were experiencing yesterday was definitely a glitch, but we'll test it out some more today. Get confirmation so we can move up in the game. We'll get confirmation to see if it's working or not. And if everything is working, then we'll do some more stress testing. And if it is good, if it's good and done, then we can move on. We'll go back to the setup for the chessboard, which should be fun. Which should be fun. And actually, if it is working, we need to add the final part, which is the chat feature. The feature that lets it talk to the chat so you guys can respond in kind and have like conversations with the Twitch bot, things of that nature. But like I said, we gonna figure all of that out here in a second. Mm, 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 mm. Hey, yo, what up, Robo? Oh, it's not even a fun topic, but we've talked about this to death. Like we were, I don't know, like Robo. I feel like you've been here for that. What's up, Robotech? Robodom, I feel like you've been here for that. Where I've like, man, this dude gives me the creeps. Like there's something about him I don't like, and everything I had assumed, like you gotta trust your gut. Gotta trust your gut in the heat of the moment. Logic be damned, but in the heat of the moment, you gotta trust your gut. You gotta know something is up, right? So yeah, I guess with a name like Coding with Strangers, I guess you should never trust anybody on the internet. What up? Rank Smurf. Yep, it's my African roots. Follow my gut. Yeah, you're probably right. Stranger danger. But yeah, I always have a sixth sense about these things, but we'll figure it out. But other than that, had a great show. If you watch before, you probably already watched me, but we do a live stream where I'm on the podcast with Icon. So if you want to check that out, most definitely should. But hey yo, 7.3 is live. 7.3. Give a quick shout out. Me and Shake duke it out every Tuesday. Look out, Goat. Appreciate the follow. Also, when we lost video audio on Twitch the other day, yesterday, none of y'all told me that the clapping sound effects weren't working. Y'all couldn't hear the sound effects. If y'all go a whole stream without hearing sound effects, you should know something's up. I had to come back the next day and I was editing. I don't remember. You don't remember because you didn't hear any. Yeah. So like yesterday I would have situations where I'm literally just literally here like have situations where I would be like, oh, that's hilarious, clap it. If I say the word clap it and there's literally no clapping sound effects, my sounds don't work. Hero's mic is always low. Yeah, because when I edit it, I don't know. You guys like when you say it's low. For me, when I edit it, my volume pops. It looks like I'm yelling. That I mean, Ren has never heard of Asmongold. And don't worry, you'll get to learn about him right now, and hopefully not let it get to the point where the man is like unequivocally being pulled wrong. But unless y'all just ready to get into the topic, man, we could talk, we could scrap the small talk and get into the motion. You feel me? Today we're gonna be stress testing our bot to see if it works. Spill the tea. All right, Nan said we can get into it. Let's go ahead and get into it then, man. We ain't gonna hold no time. Let's go. Whoops. Don't worry, there's plenty of tea where this one came from. Let's see, what do we have side views of? We have side views of that. We got side views of this. Okay, perfect. All right, everything we need. Wrong button. Send it back. If you want to join the race, you can. Nan, since you want the news hot and ready, Nan, you're in charge. When you're in charge of the stream, it's your job to tell people who might raid or follow me that I am currently doing a news segment, so my alerts are off, and I rarely look at chat when I am doing this. That they shouldn't take offense. Don't be soft. Someone took offense to that the other day. Someone took offense to that. Don't do that. Don't be soft. It's okay. Hero loves you, okay? Hero loves you. He doesn't like you. Yeah. I don't. Too many people. I guess like at work, people don't know when I'm playing around or when I'm being serious because I'm very deadpan at work. But I also tell people I'm not someone to be messed with at work. So I don't know. We'll see. All right, let's get into it, shall we? Hey, yo, clap it. You know, you always got to trust your gut instinct. You got to believe people when they tell you who you are and who they are. And it's going to be a very easy joke to make about Asmongold to say, you know, someone who brags about not taking a shower or never cleaning their room or finding a dead rat in their room, or someone who says he only drinks over the counter stuff and literally was so physically ill from his horrible diet that he literally had to go to the hospital for them to explain to a grown man, hey, you can't just eat booger sugars all day and think that you're going to be fine. You're not special. You will die. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to start taking care of my body. Starting off with by taking a shower. Like, those are all easy jokes you can make about it. But when I first witnessed and heard that, and part of me was like, that's weird, right? We could all agree that that's weird. Beta! And even with that, it did surprise me that he was able to garner a following. And that just speaks to, you know, the man's charisma. Apparently he has the riz. But it wasn't fooling me. And whenever I have a gut feeling about somebody and I can't put my finger on what it is, you just got to let time do its thing. Because while time will heal all wounds, it will also reveal the truth eventually. And what we have is a rare situation where the truth meets reality. And what happens when you only get your information from Reddit, you surround yourself in an echo chamber, and you let the guise of having a few hundred thousand people following you and watching you and cheering you on deceive you from being able to handle critical thinking. Critical thinking is one of the most powerful tools you can have in this escapade that we call life. It's literally the difference maker between you being successful and not being successful. Your ability to critically think. And when you don't have critical thinking at your side, it can definitely hurt you. And no one's beyond reproach. You see this too often, and it's kind of a sad thing to see, because we have great streamers out there who are doing their best work to make sure that they can fight for a cause. We were covering a story about Iron Mouse a few days ago and how she is using her platform to uplift people and inform people about conditions that people are in. We had streamers during the two major hurricanes that happened in the U.S. on the East Coast, raising money and helping to get people out of trouble with their streaming platform. So we know that streamers do great things. We know streamers have the capacity for good. But when we have these rare one-off situations from big streamers who just do not understand the context of what they're talking about, they're not equipped to talk about it. They don't have the mental fortitude for it. They don't understand the history, the chronological eras, the misguided misfortune and the misery that is attached to the context of it. When we have streamers who talk about these things unintelligently, it has a ripple effect, because a lot of people will see what I'm about to show you, but they won't see the consequences, and therein lies what breeds more hate. And we'll talk about how his own lack of self-awareness on the situation might have put someone he actually knows, loves, and likes in danger. His comments we're about to hear has put someone he knows, loves, and cares for in danger, and he's shocked about it. So we'll go into that.
If you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing. And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing. That's it. Just takes enough. That's right. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
That is Asmongold talking about the Palestinian people being basically massacred and not caring about the people, the children, the well-being because of a government he is replacing with the word culture. Culture isn't dictated by a government. A culture is dictated by its people. Besides that, there are many facets of culture that can be attributed to it. His understanding of the people who are being massacred as being one prolific ideology, because you could put the moniker of culture around Hamas. He is trying to sway or denigrate or remove the ability from you to tell someone who is Hamas, which is a terrorist group, and Palestinian, which are a group of people who are being literally erased from the face of the planet by Israel. And his inability to be able to draw the line there is the problem, right? His inability to be able to tell the difference between culture and a government structure is one thing. His inability to be able to tell culture from religion from political arrivement is another issue. There are multifaceted issues, but that statement right there has gotten Asmongold banned for his racist rant against Palestine. Twitch streamer, famous YouTuber Zach Asmongold, what's his last name? Hoyt, has had his Zachary account banned after the racist rant. And let me just say this real quick. If Twitch banned him and he was also live simultaneously on YouTube and YouTube hasn't banned him, that's a problem, right? YouTube needs to step their game up right there. That's a huge error on their part. After his racist rant about Muslim and Palestinians killed in Gaza went viral on social media, my bad, he shared on X, formerly Twitter, and what a lukewarm response, right? What a dog water ass response. My bad. You spoke so passionately about eviscerating people on the verge of a Hitlerian speech. You spoke so adamantly about it, and the best you could drum up is my bad. The cowardness that comes with weak responses or weak apologies is truly asinine. Following an online backlash, looking back on it, I was way too much of an asshole about Palestine, about the Palestine thing, about the genocide, the Palestine thing. Look, and you have to read between the lines with the responses like this. You have to look very much so at the response of this. The Palestine thing, that is a genocide currently going on, sir. My bad, Palestine thing. No, bro, you spoke so adamantly and favorably understood. You understood everything. You understood their culture, even though you were deriving a religious cult's ideology and a political ideology, but you attributed it to a culture, a mass group of people you didn't understand. His other Twitter channel, Asmongold, remained up. Fascinating, right? Fascinating. And it goes without saying that, of course, he's wrong. And if for any strange reason you find yourself straw manning in wars, that's like where you have to really ask yourself, what do you care about? What is your objective here? This is the same person who will casually say, our culture is better. 2 weeks ago, he was complaining about Assassin's Creed Shadows having a female protagonist. He was complaining about that. What's so great about that? What's so great about your culture that makes you infuriated to play as a woman? In addition to playing games, Hewitt frequently live streams extended chat sessions where he comments on people's YouTube videos or whatever topics are gaining traction. On his dedicated subreddit, the Mindset, midst of the recent live stream, he began talking about Israel war in Gaza, which the Gaza Health Ministry says has killed over 40,000 Palestinians since it began. Just over a year ago, following the October 7th attack on Hamas. And even looking at the way that the conversation is structured, you have to be able to understand how unprepared people are when they talk about stuff they're not even. This news article is by Hitaku, so I don't expect much to come from this. But listen to the language of it. The Gaza Ministry says has killed over 40,000 Palestinians. That number has been upgraded 7 times. 7 times. And it's not currently known. Kudos on them for saying over, but also not being able to extrapolate Palestinians by Hamas. Because you would infer that the Palestinians are being killed because they have some association to Hamas. That's what you could infer. That is not an accurate articulation. That's like me calling every white person bad because of the KKK. Right? Understanding and reading between the lines is a critical thinking process. You have to have it, or you're gonna fail at this. You're gonna fail at this and end up like Asmongold. If you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of group of people, they have a genocide built into their Sharia law. Yeah, only problem with this is someone is currently doing a genocide, and based on his own logic that the moment they have the ability to do it, they will do it too. We had concentration camps here in America where we trapped Japanese people during World War II. When we let them go, did we have any fear of them retaliating? Did we have any fear of Japanese people uprising in America and committing mass genocide? No. Ireland, when the Irish or Ireland escaped from the British in Parliament and was able to gain their freedom, did they go back to England and try and burn down Buckingham Bridge? No. Slavery and even chattel slavery here in America. Yeah, black people are not out here body slamming people for racism. The ideology that your enemies, the people you have oppressed, will come back to oppress you is proof that your oppression of them isn't justified. Because if your reason for attacking someone is to stop them from even thinking about attacking you, your justification doesn't add up. You could literally make the argument for punching people in the face as you walk down the street. He looked at me funny. Punch. It's a 12th. If you just peel an onion layer off just one level, you immediately become aware of how unprepared he is to have this conversation. But I could go on and on about just how bad it is. But good on Twitch for quickly, or for what it's worth, for the time it took to take all the interest in it, and also good on for Hassan Piker. If many people have many feelings about Hassan Piker and what he stands for and what he does, but good on him for extending an olive branch and having a 2-hour conversation to try and get him to understand the error of his ways. But when you only get your information from your echo chamber, you're not going to be prepared to have this conversation. And early on in this talk, we had a conversation about why it was so bad for him to have this apology, right? Looking back on it, I was way too much of an asshole about the Palestine thing. My bad. Of course, no one deserves to have their life destroyed, even if they do things or have views I find regressive. You guys deserve more than me saying stupid shit like that. I'll do better. You got to give people grace. You got to give people grace. That's part of being critical. And you want to hope he's learned something from this. You want to hope that he'll do better. You want to hope that, the people that are trolling in the bottom of this Reddit understand the consequences. But the reason why I think he made this apology is because he said it when he was talking without realizing who he could impact. That's Asmongold right there, who is the co-founder of OTK. OTK is an organization for gaming organization, and one look at the edges and you'll see that he's directly associated with people. Directly associated with people. Safand comes from not Palestinian, but Persian American backgrounds, lives in Texas and things like this. But clearly he felt some type of way, and I hope he reached out. But this is someone within his group who has a Muslim background that he spoke so freely with. And this picture is from 2020. So he's known this person for 4 years. And this is why it's so important to be careful who you associate with or call your friends. Oh, what's the call would never do that. You don't know shit about these people. You don't know what they actually think of you. He co-founded that. He's able to make money with the person he hates. So that tells you where people's ideology is above making money. I could make millions of dollars with you and still hate your guts. And you would never be the wiser. You would never be the wiser. And you're like, Hero, you're overreacting. You're doing too much. This affects people. Here he is, recalling his 9/11 experience. This is 3 years ago on his stream.
Young as fun.
Yeah, this America shirt, my dad gave this to me after 9/11 because we had to be patriotic. So
We had to be.
I'm not even joking. 9/11 happened. My dad came home from work and he just threw a bunch of America t-shirts at me and my mom.
Make America great again. He made that shirt the first time.
And it's sad because he innately understands the tragedy that comes with his association to his religion, his culture, and his being. And he's literally sitting there admitting he has to do that. It's all fun and games. He's sitting literally across from someone who doesn't like, who the reason why he had to buy that shirt, the person's right there in the picture with him. The reason why he had to buy said shirt, the person's in the picture with him. So to me, it's very telling, and it's a very sad situation for us to give grace. You know, I'm not the person on direct end of this. I'm not going to sit here and say he's worthy of forgiveness. That's not for me to give out. You looking for forgiveness, go to church. But while he's on his 14-day ban, he can definitely clean up his room, take a few showers. These are all low-grade jokes. It doesn't even sit well with me. But I did want to get that off my chest and let it be known that, like, when dumbasses do shit like this, we have to point it out. We have to make sure they're punished accordingly, and we have to make sure that they understand the error of their ways. You want to talk filth like that? Go to Kick. Twitch and YouTube have long since made it very clear they're not interested in having a what about my freedoms conversation. You want to talk dumb shit? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. So, like, let this be like the one-off, like this can be the one-off warning he gets, whatever. But there is no coming back from this. His punishment fits the crime as it stands. But once again, it's not my job to give him forgiveness. I'm not Palestinian. I'm not Muslim. It's not my position or prerogative to judge that. But I do know what it's like to be part of a minority group that is being ostracized by the media, by people, and to have someone pop off without really knowing what they're saying. But that's neither here or there. Go ahead, clap it up.
Get down.
Let me know what you think. Did you have a gut feeling about Asmongold too? Because I know I did. Sucks to know that he is a garbage person. Makes sense. He lives in filth. All right, we're done. It's specifically from a healthcare standpoint. This is like sepsis, right? Oh, how'd your patient get sepsis? This. Dumbass. Chris, damn it. This is the second time. It's the second time Chris has raved me and I haven't had a chance to ask him a question. Damn it. Chris with the raid. Erie Bus, thanks for the follow. I should have covered this story yesterday specifically, but the fact that he's banned, that we know what the ban was about, I wanted to know if he was gonna get banned and where. I don't think he streams on YouTube, so that's why he didn't get banned on YouTube. But you know, shout out to my boy Chris for the love. Nan, you were supposed to tell people welcome that he rated 15 minutes ago. Nan, your message is late. Yeah, but like it's people could say the same thing about me. My content never seemed appealing, but I would hope that there's no point like, and maybe it comes with the growth of your channel. But like I would like to think that my core values would keep me from feeding my ego. And or maybe it's because like I've already been at a pinnacle of success. So like I don't feel the need to like do or say something that would bewilder a group of people that watch me. You know, it's one of the weirder things. It's one of the weirder things I have not been able to like put my finger on. That's different than saying whatever you want though. Pretty sure he uploads his VODs to YouTube something. Okay, so sometimes or something like yeah, I'm pretty sure he would do that in Rails. That's different than saying whatever you want though. No, absolutely. It's different than saying but then there's a part of me that feels like and once again, call me out if you think I'm wrong on this. But there's a part of me that feels like maybe he thought what he was saying was patriotic. He very much gave off the vibe of, I'm saying this because I am an American and I think the American culture is the best. And when people hear this, they will think it's patriotic. Like he didn't even think about the ramifications of how he would come off sounding as a culture, as coming from a culture and coming from a nation built on imperialism. America has been part of genocides. So that was like the part of me that was like, you know, if he doesn't get that, that's cool. Like, our education system is dog water. And it was reduced. And that's the other thing. It wasn't like, yo, I'm not, it didn't even, we couldn't even get a full, como se dice, we couldn't even get a video. We couldn't get a video. We could only get a tweet. My bad. We couldn't get a proper video. We couldn't get a proper video saying with the proper, like, yo, we got a my bad. Which, you know, take that as you in. I'll say this for the life of me. As no matter what, when we're on like when it's 40-30, and they're like, can we go back? Hero the 14th, and they're like, what happened? Why come there's we don't go into the water anymore? We don't go into the water because after 2030 we forced people who had microphones in podcasts to throw their mics away, and we couldn't dispose of all of them, so we threw it into the sea, and it became a ravenous, growing mass that just constantly picked up everything. And if the wires ever came to the masses of the shore, it would destroy the world. So we had to nuke it, and then it became live. And you know, he's entitled to his opinion. I want people to understand. It's not his opinion that I'm upset about, because we know of people like him. People like him exist. The part that that I am upset with is that he decided one day he's going to become his opinions, or his opinion. He's going to take his opinion as facts. That's the problem. He relegated himself as an authority, but he is truly an individual who has no frame of reference. He's not a person who should be held to the highest regards on how this opinion works, or those opinions work, and yet here he is, right? He's allowed to be a dumbass. It's the part that it's the fact that his dumbass was platformed. That's what I'm mad about. We have historians, people who can talk about this. He was talking about, if they ever got power, they would do the same thing. There was a 2-state solution less than 6 years ago, and they both lived in harmony. Right? I guess that's like where my aggression comes from, his lack of understanding. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, what we doing? All right, we're trying to fix the code. Oh yeah, putting people. This is the second video. First video was Matt. This week we're covering just the people who just haven't learned how to shut the fuck up, right? Matt from WordPress. Yesterday we covered that. That's the pinned video right now. If Matt knew how to shut the hell up, Matt would be fine. That would be great. Today, Asmongold, not knowing how to shut the hell up. Now he's in trouble. Look, I just hope Nan, if I ever start getting on my soapbox and I start saying some stuff that don't make sense, I need you to step in, Nan. Don't let me cook. Don't be like, hold on, he's cooking. No. Whatever I'm cooking is dog water. Throw it out. Throw it out. Nan, I'm personally holding you responsible. If I ever get on stream, start talking about and another thing, no, stop me, Nan. Don't let me do it. Man, hey, I want to keep all the money I got. So I'm not trying to mess up none of that. I'm not trying to mess up none of that. Free speech ain't freedom of consequences though. What's up? Hey, what up? What up, Taurus? Who the heck is Asmongold? Consider yourself fortunate. Don't look him up. You are a better person for not knowing who he is, Taurus. Don't worry about it. Exactly. Don't even worry about it. All right, so today we're going to be looking up we got to look up how to add. Oh wait, we don't even need to look up the. We need the Twitch IO. Command extension. The base of this EX revolves around bot.bot is a subclass of client, which means it has all the functionalities of client while adding on features needed for commands. Okay, so which means it has the functionality of client. So can I use client inside of it? Can I use client? Bot has two required arguments, token, prefix. Token is the same as client, and prefix is a new argument specified. Okay. There's only 21 of them. From client credentials. My baby don't mess around because she knows I love her. What does it really matter? Okay, so this is gonna be a little nerve-wracking. Hey yo, what up? What up, mates? 21. So okay, we've reached a certain part of our bot. Actually, we can test this right now. So basically, with the bot, we know that it works now, and we fixed two errors. We're making a bot so that when people donate bits with a certain combination of words, we get to add things to our task list, right? So our task list, we've made a rolling task list for ourselves. Let's go to this over here. Oh, wow. I have one called plain. That's nice. So we got the, and it keeps the timer from the last one. That's gonna actually be kind of useful. Goals, tips, screens. So like this is the screen that we'll have. So we have the timer right there, right? But we want all songs, so we can refresh this, so we can see it. It's not refreshing. Oh, do I need I need a bit one too. And we also need a beta. inside. Strangest queue. All right, so we can call this one. Ooh, not working. So none of them are working. That's interesting. Oh, does the bot actually have to be running? I think the bot has to be running. That's my fault. I didn't turn on the bot, so the bot's not running. So we'll refresh our token. We'll refresh our token. We'll come over here to main. Access token refreshed. Perfect. And then we'll hit play. All right, counter restarted. And as you can see, the counter restarted, so that's great. So the thing that I'm trying to question now is, and I probably should have thought of this sooner, we do want a way of telling people in chat, because right now I'm the only one that can see when songs are added successfully, except for when it comes to the dashboard, right? When it comes to the dashboard, people can see it. And what am I looking for? Ayo, Lunkin, thanks for the follow. So now we should be able to hit refresh on this. Still nothing. Could I make this a local file? Let's see. Front end song format, all songs HTML. This one. There it is. So I can make this a font. Okay, cool. Close. All right. So you can see the song list up there. Now, I wouldn't be able to control it though. So I still have to keep this one as a normal one, which is fine. The question is, I'm not sure why it's not accepting this, even though it's clear as day that you can see it. All right, yeah, for some reason, I don't know why it's playing hard to get, but there it is. All right, and there's the cue for it at the bottom. So basically now, whenever a song is added, we'll be able to show the cue in real time. But we want to integrate the command feature, so I can send you a message in chat so you know your song has been added, or if you don't add it correctly, I can give you instructions on how to do it. Right? Hey, yo, what's up, JK? Oh, wait, shit. I actually needed that.
It's young as fun.
Yeah.
Let's do this because we need another one, so we can test it real quick. Because we did run into an issue yesterday, but for some reason I don't know how it was happening. Yeah, I can't really explain how it happened yesterday, but we do need to figure out how to stop it today. Stop with the infinite loop. But yeah, basically what we need to cover here is giving ourselves a bit and then trying to trigger an incident where one doesn't work. CWS underscore 180. Oh, there are two errors. Fetching user profile syntax, unexpected end of JSON input, failed to load resources. Okay, so we do have an error. Because technically, I'm gonna hit refresh. So do I need to keep it open or what? Is the user profile? And there's nothing in the user profile. Did that not work? Error message. Oh shit, I did it backwards. I did CSW. So I guess that does work. That's nice. Okay. I was about to say, like, how the hell did it not? But it also said there was an error there. So we need to look at that. One error at a time. So let's make sure this is working. Yeah, because I would like to do the subathon this weekend. Because next weekend I'm going to be out of town. Okay, perfect. So it populated. Boom. On its own. Great. Great, right? So now let's test out another one. Code administrator. And that one didn't have a built-in error. But let's say we do minus 180. This should also produce a situation. But based on what happened yesterday, all three. Oh, wait, shit. Wrong button. I didn't press that right. But nothing should happen also here. Yeah. There's no... Yeah, nothing should happen here. It should be treated as a normal comment. So now if we do C... with bits involved, let's see what happens here. Yeah, see, it added two. Oh shit. Whoops. Sorry. I got excited. Yes. So it added two, and I don't know why it did that. It should not have gone forward. So we gotta fix that. Oh, you know why? Because even if it breaks down here, so we need to find a way of. Ooh, yeah, this was structured poorly. This was structured poorly because if it's failing here, so it still pushes up to here, and if this works all the way, then it updates. Yeah, damn it. So the simple way we could do it is we could just do a check for both of them. Yeah, we could do a match for both of them, so we could combine this one and this one. Or we can make it more restrictive. But then if it was, and it had to be a number, but it was a wrong number. Interesting. All right, let's write this down. My baby. So we could do this one of two ways. Here's my drawing pad. Where's my drawing pad? My baby don't mess around. So basically, we have an if statement. Oh wait, no, I want that black. We have this if statement. For the beginning and most of, but yeah, I do save most of them. They're usually in the project files. If WS is in, it will all. So no matter what. That's kind of crazy though that it does that, but there is no way of breaking it. The only way to break out of it is if is in plus donation plus bits. The only way you can break out no bits. So you can either add a situation where you remove this and then these both become two separate functions or two separate if statements that handle for each other, where at the end of each one they update or not. Update or not. So at the end, I mean, I think that would be better because we already have the logic. We already have the match logic. Match logic. We have it already. Okay, let me look. I don't know what the rules for structural integrity tell us here. I guess that's my kind of qualm at this point. Let's see if we can Google this. Hey yo, it's productive time, everybody. Oh yeah, I guess we could use and or. Hmm. Okay, so how do we want to use and or in this situation? I don't think and or is going to save us. At the time of the calling. Hmm. If I put in a wait there, would that give it time to go down there and look? Hmm. I am actually flabbergasted. Okay, think. Okay, what if I put a break there? Mm, shit, it's not in the loop. So I could put a return there, but what would happen to the return? So if the coding with stranger number is not found, the message it prints is not found. If you place return, if I place the return there, right after that print function exits immediately. As a result, any code after the return, like adding time to the song. Hmm. I guess there's only one way to find out. We can test this shit. All right, cool. Asking all these hypothetical questions. Let's just see what happens. Most of the code is blocked. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I'm in the show section. Hey, yo, what up, Fizzy? You got some 20-pound dumbbells donated to you? Hey, yo, clap that. Five curls per each arm for every L. Sounds like a great gambit. I'm even curious to know, can I duplicate it without even having one inside of there? So we can send this. And that caused an error. Interesting. Nice. Okay, but the name didn't change, so that's good. The one Ed, sorry for blocking the screen. What are we looking for? We're looking for the results of this. So then let's go with something proper. Nice. Huh, I guess that was an easy fix. Did it break anything though? 31, you need 2. You need at least 3, so what if we only gave it 1? Okay, so cool. It seems to catch it. Okay, so now let's test to see if it works. Calling the strangers. 25. What you say? If I don't remember how to code something, I have to look at my study sheet. I'll do 2 sets of 10 reps. Oof. Either one of 2 things are gonna happen. You're gonna get really good at coding, or you're gonna get really jacked. Actually, both of them is perfectly fine. I hope you become a jacked programmer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I love it when a fucking plan comes together, man. So let's go. Let's go. I was over here overthinking it. So the return breaks it out of the cycle. So it is true that if it did make it past this point, it would at least have a name. And I'm just guessing its response to it not being able to, well done. Wait a minute. Okay, something happened here. $31? I used 25. Why do I? Okay, so something is still happening. Where the fuck did this second one come from? I did a donation for 25. Where the fuck did that come from? 31. Oh, there is 3. Is there 3 of them? 5, 5. One, 2. Yeah, so Fizzy did 1 and I did 1. Any way to break up that nest a bit? Move some of those inner if else branches to dedicated functions? And that might save me the headache. So as you can see, only me, I gave 5 bits. I gave 5 bits. Fizzy gave 5 bits, but somehow, some way, there's now 3 of them. Oh, and I see it, and I can see exactly. No, I can't. Oh, I see exactly what happened. Fuck. Yeah, but this is the extent of. No, you're right. I think you're absolutely right. But like, when you plan to do something a certain way then it's done, you don't know what you should be doing to get out of the situation you're in. So for me, I would have to like break down the original thought I had. Damn. So it still seems like the issue we're experiencing is if it does document a bad one, yeah, so and that's the thing, like it works, but I don't know how Fizzy was able to trigger that. I literally don't know how. CWS. Fizzy donated a separate amount. Let me also push this because this is the most working version of it. Before we go on an escapade here that we can't get back from, let's do this. Ayo, who just gave me that follow? I can't see the list, but thanks for the follow. You're a stranger and a scholar, and we love you. Clap it. Fixing if nesting. JD, I'm open to suggestions. I'm the code I intended to write works. The problem I didn't foresee happening is it breaking or it not operating correctly. I do agree that the ifs are in their effort. So the first issue we ran into, right, was this if up here. This if first checks to see if the word CWS appears in the statement and there's bits. If the answer is yes, no matter what, it's going to update. So we put a return here in the else statement to stop that. And that works. But then somehow this return solved the problems, but then somehow, some way, Fizzy's response caused 2 duplicates of the identity booth. Right? Crockwire and Camcry. Camicry? Thanks for the follows. But when Fizzy donated, somehow, some way, 2 of them showed up, and that is giving me a miniature panic attack. The outer one is just to check if the outer ones is just to check if the word CWS happened. Then the immediate one after that is if CWS was matched, it changes it, and if the CWS number is in the DLC, and this is where it goes wrong, but there was a bit attached to it. That part I can't explain. How did Fizzy shit, like, how did you, and it wasn't even like Fizzy, it was a different person's donation that triggered a duplicate of mine. Like, how is that even possible? The internals check to see if the bit amount is correct. The externals check to see if the words appear in the bit message. So it needs to be a bit message and the word CWS needs to appear. Oh shit, that's the problem. So any bit donation, but then that return should have stopped it. It should have stopped it. Yeah, I mean, but that's why I'm doing it live. I figured eventually. I'm surprised it took this long for someone to get curious. Like, I wonder how I can fuck with Hero real quick. So good on Fizzy, because I was prepared to move on. I was like, all right, cool, it works. But then he donated, and it didn't work. So, so here's another example. CWS, let's go 175. We're making a music cue for Rocksmith. Wait, what the fuck? Unlock? Wait, what is going on? Where's my keyboard? Okay, something's going on with my keyboard now. You can reduce the nesting by one level by doing a check at the beginning. If the message doesn't contain CWS, return and exit the method. No need for the first one to be if else. Uh, okay, I'm trying to get it to trying to duplicate this issue real quick. Uh, JD Fisher is 100%. That's a guard call. Oh, what's up, Chris? Hey, Chris, thanks for the raid earlier. Chris, I wanted to ask you a question. I've been for the 2 times now, and even during your stream, but you were really you were talking about something passionate, so I didn't want to interrupt you. Chris, are you familiar with the Co-working Code Club, C3, as I like to call it? Okay, so I'm gonna try and take it up a level. So when you say take it up a level, where are we at? Okay, so perfect. Now, if my hypothesis is correct, so as you can see, we still have 4, right? We still have 4. But if the bug that we're looking for, if I'm correct, the very next donation that is actually accurate will trigger. Oh shit. I think JD's correct. I just want to make sure I'm triggering it correctly. Yeah, perfect. So the very next one, so it's like it almost stores the information. The very next one that is accurate, it will send 2 of them instead of 1. It'll send every messed up one. I'm assuming it'll store every messed up one until it's ready, which is actually fascinating. Okay, so we know how to replicate it. So now that we know how to replicate it, we can go about solving it. And I totally agree that it's something to do with the. So you're saying once I do this first check, we should just leave up out of here. Additionally, what is triggering this method is the event based on or are you periodically scanning the latest message? No, so there's 2 things that need to happen. It needs to be a bit donation. For us to enter into here, it needs to be a bit donation. And the word CWS has to appear somewhere in the bit donation. But your first clause is true. If I just put an else statement here, if CWS appears, but it doesn't appear. Damn it. Hold on, I gotta think about this. What you say? I want to make sure I'm giving you proper context. Oh, congrats, Fizzy. You made it into the club. Welcome to the club. What is calling this method? It's a listener, so it's coming from it's from an API. It's the event sub. The bit donation is what triggers it. It happens with this event sub. So the event sub is listening for it's listening for the message, which is the event sub message. It's not thread safe. I don't know what you mean by thread safe. SQS. Give it to me like I'm 5. I don't know what that is. Oh, no. This is all on machine. What is holding the values that method is manipulating? Morning, Fafa. What is holding the values that this method is manipulating? Okay, so outside of it, we have the user queue. The user queue will store the information that it gets from here. So from here, we get the username, the amount, the bit amount, the time that it came in, and what's in the message to then use in there. Oh, I think I see what you're trying to say, Wire. I think I see what you're trying to say. I almost need to hop on a quick Discord call to explain what I believe is happening. I believe you're experiencing a race condition. But even if I was experiencing that condition, what is your belief? You have 2 events coming in at same. What do you think those 2 events are? Because the first event is the bit donation. Two different messages with CWS. But because now I'm just thinking, like, if we just would our problem go away if we made this more specific, made the match more specific? Because instead of looking for just coding with strangers, we know that every correct one will have coding with strangers underscore. But once you, the problem would be immediately if it was a donation that then passed it. It's in the most updated version is in the Discord. Not in the Discord. Where is that? My GitHub. It's called the Strangest Queue. The Strangest Queue Maker. I think your first guess is for sure, because my plan was to figure out, instead of having this generalized huge ass, because this if covers the whole entire thing. What if I cut it out and just said and made it for each one? So we cut out one if and just put this as if the CWS number in the DLC I was thinking, like, okay, what if we just combine them? We do a match search, and we also check to see if it's in said library. If it is in said library, okay, then we move forward. If it's not, it goes to the next one, which is also a check for the same thing. But then it's like it's just two different functions working in two different libraries. But the problem that the glitch that is happening now is being caused because for some reason it stores the information that has been, when even though in the message here it says it kicked it out, it stores it for the, if you get one wrong, it stores it until the next correct one comes, and then it actually pushes it through, which is diabolical. All right, first I'd make a method called discard invalid message. That one would run through the initial discards. Discard invalid message. But that's what this match is for. No? Because now you're making me think maybe we should make this more specific. Because okay, so what happens now? I'm curious about the. I'm curious. It is, but this suggestion would remove that check and place it in a new method. Hold on. Craft and get in the race, baby. Cause I think I smell what you're cooking, but I also want to see something else. Oh shit, that did add one. Okay, yeah, so no matter what, damn, yeah, so it stores all of them. So for every wrong one I've submitted thus far, it's still kicking one in. How is that okay. All right. So I'm dead wrong. The bigger the strong, we got it going on. Extract coding with extract CM message, get song info, handle song addition, validate donation, handle event. Extract the number, get the song info. Handle song addition. Okay. All right, I don't know how to go about doing that. Let me think. So you're saying event pub sub would. So basically, you're saying instead of using the entire event, just use the event to verify if there's a CWS in it. If it does have a CWS, make another loop or make another function that will then take the returned CWS number, and then that would handle the function. I kind of get that. Okay, so we have the event sub. Its only job is to verify get bits. Shit, we can use it to just get everything. And then we could just return. Okay, I think I see what you're saying here. So up here, once the bit, because the thing that's triggering this, and correct me if I'm wrong, the thing that's triggering this is literally the bit message. So literally up until this point, and then we just return. We can return the user. We could return the user information, which is stored up here in the dictionary. And then we could run it through the bit donation with another function. Okay. I kind of see what you're saying here. Yeah, the simple fact that I have it open. Yeah, okay. Damn, Cole. I'm happy to see that you've been working real hard. I'm sorry to inform you. You've been running the wrong way. Shit. Okay. Okay, so right here. So we're gonna borrow this. We're gonna borrow a segment of this, and we're gonna return everything that. Okay, so the thing I was thinking about was once we receive all the basic information, we can get the username, we can get the amount, we can get the time, and we can get the message. And we can even get the CWS number. and a dictionary source. And literally in this, all this would do is return. I would just return a user profile at that point. And then go into that new function, go into the new function with the user profile already adapted. And from that point on, we would update the user profile because only two things would be missing. Actually, yeah, three things would be missing: the source, the artist, and the song. And then once we have the source, the artist, and the song, we can then confirm if it's by that time. That's interesting. Hold on. So let me keep writing. This is my idea. I'm writing. Wait, why am I writing this? Where's my thinking? I'm bringing back the drawing pad, y'all. The drawing pad is coming back 2 times in a row tonight. You know we're cooking with fucking gas. We're cooking with gas. I didn't even turn on the music. I'm hopped off a Mountain Dew. All right. Trash. Wait. New. We don't save trash. All right, cool. So, step 1. Let's go through our steps. So in that first one, right? This is going to be the event sub. This is going to be the event sub. We are going to get the name, the bits, time, message, and the CWS number. Right? And we're going to return that so we can use it. Return user profile. That makes sense? So now we can use this user profile outside. From here, and in the event that this doesn't work, let's say this doesn't work, we return a print statement. Actually, we don't have to worry about that because it won't trigger or it won't activate. It won't activate. So we don't even have to worry about this part. If there's no bits and no message, it won't even trigger. So we can only move forward from here. Because if everyone's message would be popping up as it's not working. Hey yo, appreciate that. Wire, thank you so much. Thank you for the community subs. I appreciate that. That man didn't even get himself one. You're a scholar and a great programmer. So then this is the question I then have. Do I want to? There are two libraries that this has to search for, because the only information it is missing information. I don't want. I want to say thank you longer, but I don't want to lose this thought. Missing info. The only info it's missing at this point is song info. So there's two libraries it needs to check, and I separated them. It's a regular song and a DLC song. And it has to check the amount check, right? So for this one, let's just go with the regular. The regular is gonna be, it can be 1 or equal to one. It has to be 1. The amount needs to be greater than 1. The amount needs to be greater or equal to 1 for a regular. Regular song, right? Add a song and update the profile. No, there's a third element. It also needs to check to make sure that the appropriate song is attached to the appropriate amount. So if someone adds, so say for example, there are two running lists here. But that's a check. That's not something I'm trying to do. I don't know what you mean by that. Right? So looking at this list, that blue one is blue and this is gold for different reasons. So based on the bit amount you give will give you access to certain songs. There's 3 categories of songs. There's 2 categories of songs with 3 effects. A regular song and a DLC song. Regular songs are, I believe regular songs are blue. So regular songs are 1 bit. Second, DLC songs are green. They take 3 bits. And then gold songs are any of the 2 songs, but more than 5 bits were given. With that, when I'm checking for the regular song, simultaneously I need to check to make sure the amount was accurate. Or we could put it in a category, because if it would be too complicated to first get the amount and then find the song. So it'd be easier to find the song and then check to see if the amount matches. Because if the amount is more, So if we wanted to do each function individually, then we can just do it like this. So once the event works for the first time, the first one, if we needed to do 3 things, It needs to do 3 things, and we can check all 3 separately. So we can do a check for. We have 3 things we need to check: the missing information, the song information, CWS. So the first thing is, let's check to see if the CWS is actually. So this would then, where's my mouse? Do I not have power? Oh, there I am. So the first thing it would do is a func CWS number is equal to the regular. Right? If CWS equals the number. So then after this, if it does work, the next thing it can check is the regular song. Is the regular equal to the right amount? If that does work, then the final step can be and each time this is finishing out, if it does equal the amount, then the final step is to create, or rather update user profile, right? So if it passes, so we would at minimum we would need to separate those if statements and turn them into functions where we can return everything. Sometimes you come full circle and discover pure functional programming, the real SRP. What are y'all talking about? More or less is fine. Okay, so you were talking about. Wait, now I'm curious about. So among 3 to 4 messages, print. Okay, in full, not return. Username, amount, time, print, message, print, bits. if full return 6, song info if full time full no return 8, handle update profile. Okay, we're sort of on the same page. See hashtag. So does this make sense? My approach now moves from this. So we'll take the first part of this. Let's get you side by side. And we already have the function for this. Ooh. I probably need to make a function. I probably need to make a function for updating the user file as well. Because after each one, so then the question is, okay, wait, late for who? Yeah, that was my next idea. So, but I also think like we need a method. We're gonna need a method like similar to the one down here. Where is it? I passed it. No, I didn't. Yeah. Like even have a function for updating the user file. So that way we're not writing it over and over again. Because the way we're going to do it is in that first one, we're going to take, like I said, we're going to take this. Or actually, would it would it pop that into that? Yeah, we would have to write a function for that. Match. Return user and return user queue. So There's you're right. What you're writing, it makes sense, but I don't know how to convert that in my mind to like the functions and properties, because now my question is, if I have all those separate functions, do I need to have a separate function where at the end I'm saying update and then I push said thing into it? Similar. So the reason why this one makes so much more sense to me is because it at the end of it, when all the information is said and done, it updates. I have one function called down here called update user profiles, and that's what I call at the end to push everything into there. But the way you have it set up now is I'm gonna have to do that multiple times now with every single one. But there is one benefit, which is from this initial row, but that's the question. If I start like this, if I start like this immediately, I'm gonna have to remove this one. I'm gonna have to remove these two, these three, yeah, these four. I'm gonna have to remove all four of these things. So if I make a function to get the song info, the function will get me the artist and the song. Cool. Do I then at the end of that function have to make update user, or can I simply put user q username equals put parentheses quotation marks song and artist, and put it in there, and will it update, or is it being stored? Will it update the user queue if I write it out that way? If you're saying yes, then cool. I'll write those three functions for it. But if you're telling me I need to create a function that will update that dictionary, so I'm gonna come here and say if you want to share something, you gotta send it to the Discord, or you can put it in the Discord in the please put it here section. So you're saying, okay, so why you're confirming that I wouldn't need to make a function for that? Oh wait, get song info. So I would need to make a function for that. Yeah, but what if that's wrong? What if the CWS is wrong? Because that's the era we're facing now. Well, okay. So and that's okay. CWS is the first one. So if the CWS doesn't fall into the regular, and in retrospect, I'm probably regretting this now, but it was a great test. But the example in Discord, excellent. Do 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 do. What is a gist? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, so yes, I would need to. Hey, yo, what? Okay, so I would need a function for getting the song info, and at the end of each one. Another reason why I combine this, and I see where you're going with this, but oh wait, no, you actually accounted for regular and DLC songs, so you still handle the song info together. Okay, I see what you're. Regular, return amount priority amount. Oh wow, you even. Start time information handle this. So in the validation donation, the incident valid if the song info dictionary D says DSA. And the amount is okay. and if it's regular and the amount is less than 1. So for your validation token, I don't think unless I don't understand it. For your validation token, the donation based on the song type amount. Based on the dictionary source, if it's equal and the amount is greater than 3. 3 is equal to, the amount is equal to or greater than. Yeah, specifically for the amount would have to be greater than or equal to 3. But yours is in reverse. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So like in your validation donation, there's nothing for how to handle the DLC songs. If the dictionary source is equal to DLC and the amount is as print, yeah. So okay. So the one variable that you're missing here is we need a way to account for the donations that are DLC. It needs to be between 3. The amount needs to be equal to 3 or greater. In your example, you only deal with it if it doesn't match it. But I can still work from this. And then what are you returning this to? Sorry, I was reading. Wire, I see how you did your CWS songs. Yeah, you see in the CWS songs, earlier in the process, I was just like, oh, put them in a PY file, and I have them both separated. I probably should put it in a JSON. I probably should have put it in a JSON. Because I believe if you look at all songs for the JSON, it is separated. I think so. Yeah, it actually is. We probably should stop using songs and use the JSON because every last one of them is there. It's all in the same. I believe it's all in the same. Yeah, I split this up. Yeah, so I put this all in one dictionary. I put all the songs in dictionary and gave them a type, and then the type is what there are. So we get the song and they get the. Yeah, I probably should use. If we use this library, it would be a lot easier. That way we don't have to split them up, and we can simply put a check for if it is DLC and the amount is more or less based on that, instead of having 2 different languages for it. Yeah, we should probably do this instead. the all song JSON. We have a I ended up making this all song JSON because Python it can't JavaScript couldn't read the Python file, so I ended up making this one. So probably should go back and make this one a little bit. Yeah, why? Okay, so at least we have that figured out. It's just like a paste bin. Excellent. Hey, yo, what's up, Icon? Thanks for joining the stream. Plus, now you get my government information. Nah, don't worry. We're still strangers. I'll keep it secret. Um, hey, what language would you recommend to new coders who want to enter the industry? Um, if you're still there, bam, it depends on what you want to do in the industry. What do you want to do? You want to be a web developer? Want to be a back-end engineer? You want to be a front-end demo specialist? You want to be a games designer? Do you specifically want to be paid to make Batman's cape as realistic and just do cape graphics and physics for 2 years? Do you want to build physics engines? Do you want to do kernel, cybersecurity? It really depends on what you want to do. But your code, your JD, what your code does is gives me context to the structure you're trying to build for me. But with that, I can take it a step further, and probably we need to figure out a way of pulling out this JSON, pulling from this JSON. We have a complete list in front of us. We should use that list. Has to be greater than or equal to 3. Saber, don't choose the language first. Choose what you want to work at. Perfect advice, Saber. First, you'll naturally pick up the language that's best fit for you. Yeah, perfect advice. I just want to make money. I've been working minimum wage too long. If you want to make money, there's way easier ways to make money than programming. There's far easier ways of making money. You could be a truck driver and pull in $4,000 a week. Go get your You could go get a trade. A plumber works one job a week and makes $70K a year. If you don't have a passion for something, you can just get a normal job. To be a programmer, you're gonna have to be passionate. You're gonna have like. Not to rain on your parade, but like I work as a healthcare provider, as a transplant specialist. I make way more money than I would as a programmer. I program because I enjoy it. Yeah, shit. I don't know who Saber is, but Saber's talking that shit right there. I mean, oh, JD, you're in the voice channel? Yeah. Let's have a chat. I would. Me personally, it sounds like you want to do something where there's a little bit of repetitive nature to it. Python, but if you're not good with your numbers, Python will be brutal. Uh, oh, okay. So man, that's interesting. So you do it backwards. You do it backwards. Yeah, I'm just saying, Bam, like, don't go into any field for money. First, you have to have a passion. If you truly just want to make money, yeah, okay, no, it makes sense now. Backwards, so show the gist. So basically, yeah. Hold on. Where'd that shit go? Where did it go? Oh. So, come here. So, in his scenario for the validations, the amount and introduce the song inference the dictionary is the user's name, the string. So this is how he pulls it. He sets up a Boolean condition for it. If the song is equal to the dictionary source is equal to DLC and the amount is less than 3, you immediately fail them. So if in this situation, it would go to the else. Or if the dictionary source is equal to regular. Wait a minute. Okay, maybe I didn't get it. So how the hell? Okay, because the dictionary source can be any of them. So yeah, you said you're still in there? Hey, yo, who was that? Shubi. Thanks for the follow. Okay, let's have a chat, shall we? JD, are you still in there? Where are you? Aha. Aha. All right, JD, you're live. What's up? Clap it up for JD for putting up with this bullshit for the last hour. Clap it up, everybody. Can I hear you,
You hear me?
JD? I can.
All right. So, I took a little bit of a different approach than you did initially. So, what this code is doing is utilizing some series of guard classes or guard clauses where effectively you take everything you don't want it to do. You say, hey, whenever someone calls this method, what needs to be valid? Like when am I going to actually handle this? And if it's not any of those cases, get rid of it. And sometimes you'll have code, sometimes you'll have methods that need to do a few things. And so sometimes you can say, hey, if you meet some of this stuff, let's go over here. Let's take care of some of that stuff. But yours is actually pretty simple. It just says, hey, if I don't meet all of these various things, then I'm not going to do the code. I'm not going to execute. And so what I designed it to do is basically read like a series of instructions. One at a time, you just check everything. And if it doesn't meet all of those individually, then the code won't make it to the end.
Okay, I can see that because I'm looking at the else statement. If it fails out of the first if statement, it wasn't a DLC song, and it didn't meet the threshold, so it has to be. But if it has a dictionary source, that means it at least passed the CWS clause. So therefore, we go into the regular clause, and then if the regular clause has it less than being $1, then they either they put a song number that doesn't exist, but they did give a bit count, so it would still fail them out. And you said this is called a guard clause?
Yep. Yeah, there's often a lot of dedicated libraries to do this where you can build rule systems around it. But overall, that's what you'll typically find them under.
Okay, so and this kind of goes against how I normally code. Most of the time, I code to make code do something, but you've coded in such a way to make sure it doesn't do something.
Yeah, it's once you start to have people break your stuff a lot, you start to think, man, what needs to happen so that like this just like I don't want people putting bad stuff in here. So eventually you get to a point where you define everything as an input and an output. Like what can it go in and what can come out, and so you just define your code.
It looks oddly familiar. Well, I can at least say. So I have a bot. I feel like Minnie's said this before. Is Minnie screaming? Minnie is screaming. Look at Minnie. He's screaming. Look at Minnie. Minnie's screaming. So Minnie's we have a bot where we run a race, the perfect lurker, and the bot he has put guard clause in this before, but I've never seen it to the extent where it's like reachable by me, because we use a stream method to kind of gather information. But the guard clause in this situation, it's way more, and it seems to be a lot less.
What I typically follow as a rule is about 3 levels of indentation. If I have to go beyond that, then my code is usually somewhere where it needs to be broken up a little bit. And that's where I have to look. And that's why I kept kind of putting in chat and asking, hey, what is this method actually doing? And you kept telling me all these things. I'm like, hey, that's a lot of things. That's more than one thing. Those are checks. Those are things that it shouldn't be doing. Those are when it says, hey, no, I don't want to handle you. You're not a good value. I'm not in a good state to do that. And so now once you've got your code flattened out, if there are any bugs in here, you can start to put some logging in. You can put some breakpoints and say, hey, where are you failing? And then you can maybe be able to identify if it is a threading issue or a race condition or maybe just a weird logic bug.
Yeah, I mean, it's to see the different perspective of it is definitely cool. So then let's scroll up a little bit, because I remember there was a part of it that I was complaining about, or at least I was claiming to be debating my ignorance for this. I'm looking at get song info. So that would be the new thing handling this. Do we still have the client? So you were still in agreement with having, you even etched out the extraction of the, yeah, you even extracted out the CWS. So you handle everything. So you wouldn't even have like that client handling any of that. You want each one of them separated.
Yeah, I put in chat earlier, methods should typically do one thing. And that doesn't mean that a method can really only do one thing, but when you look at it, the title of it should really tell you what's going on the inside. So you see on number 4, or line 4, sorry, it says extract CWS number. That's all it does. If it can't get it out there, it just returns a blank. And so as you go through here, you really build up a series of methods that independently you can test and you can prove. You can say, hey, if I don't like how my CWS extraction logic is working, you can just go up there and change that method. You can add user checking. You can add additional validation, whatever you need to do. But ultimately, what you're trying to do at the end of the day is just extract some information and then call a couple methods with that information. And so you just need to make sure that your system and the data meets all of the conditions it needs to meet for you to do that.
Now, I definitely dig it, and maybe I took the whole saying of like not necessarily repeating code, but I think like a lot of what, like, try and get as much out of your functions as possible. But I think I misinterpreted it as making sure it's more functional than like just throwing information at me, because literally it is throwing information. I can't find where it's coming from. Structure based on like this. Structure info defensive message chat. I have rules. Methods has to fit the screen so I can see all of it. Hey yo, that's a great rule. Your methods have to fit on the whole entire screen. What's the size of your font? I think that really helps. Size of the method, size of the font. All right.
Yeah, about 5 years ago, I started adopting an 80 character line limit, and some people, and myself included, was like, that is just absolutely nuts. Like, why 80 characters? And as I've started to adopt a little more functional style, like you see here, it almost makes sense, because you'll find if you start going beyond that, you're often doing a lot. You may be finding yourself like, why am I going way, way, way out here? And you'll find you'll have methods with way too many arguments, or you'll have just things that have too many words to them. You'll have a method that has a really long name, and you're like, why?
And it's kind of crazy too, because when I looked at the first half of my code, the timer, when I was setting up the timer, and it's probably because I had a tutorial for the timer, when I was setting up the timer, I had a bunch of method callouts. But then the moment I got into the beast of the bot, I kind of reverted to how my other bot was written, which was all within the initial call out and all the functions fit in there. But separating it out and splaying it out like this makes a lot more sense.
And it's perfectly fine to write it the way you did initially, but once you start getting to a point where there's multiple variables in a given method, and by that I don't mean multiple inputs, I mean multiple things that can influence how that method runs, you start needing a way to test those different independent variables that can change. And then at that point, it just makes sense to have those sort of be their own methods that are broken up so that you can say, okay, I know that this can change here. And so let's go ahead and define how that's going to happen.
So
Let's say how that's going to change.
So let's just quickly, because I see some of there's great. So what are other like some other suggestions for like other pro tools or pro tips for handling your methods? Because as I've evolved in writing my methods, I think the I've tried to get a little bit too cheeky with it. That's why I have so much in them, because I'm like, oh, this works, so this should work next to it, because they both work separately. So the rule of cool is just one, max maybe two starting out, right?
Not even that really. I had a professor in college, and bear in mind, I was mostly self-taught far before I even went to college. And so I had a lot of bad habits myself, and I just ways that I had taught myself working with others, and I don't even really call them bad habits. I just had ways that were different than the scholastic. But he would say you shouldn't have a method that's longer than 25 lines, and that sounds almost silly sometimes because you can have methods that are hundreds or thousands of lines. But often you might find that if you say, hey, if I set myself a hard limit of 25, 50 lines, you might start to think about what your methods are doing. Because at that point, most modern languages have the ability to build very terse and concise methods and extension methods that allow you to chain a lot of very complex thoughts into kind of a very short statement. C# has something called link. In JavaScript, they've got their sort of functional chain-on methods. Python is honestly not my core language, so I don't remember what all they have, but you're able to build these individual methods, and if you just sort of think about your code as just independent steps, and you break your steps into methods, then things just start to kind of fall together. They become those reusable building blocks. And then you'll even find yourself building these really creative kind of hacky things. Sometimes you'll say, hey, this is really similar to this over here, but XYZ are different. But can I reuse this? And so your brain should really just constantly be thinking of, can I break this into a smaller piece? And if you can, try to break it into a smaller piece. Smaller is not always better, but oftentimes
that's what she said. Clap it, yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
Joke.
There we go.
Great,
Yeah.
JD. Way to come in with the commentary, baby.
There we go. So that said, you should try to strive for simple, right? Like you should be able to look at a system, look at a method, and I like to be able to hand my code to anybody and say anything I write can be picked up by someone of any level, and they can understand it and pick it up and maintain it. And that means my code often just reads like a series of bulleted lists on a page.
I think you used the word receipt. That was a great word, receipt.
A
recipe
or
yeah, I was like, oh wait, it's a line item. Line item.
Yeah, all your methods are a recipe on how to get somewhere. They're building blocks, and some of those building blocks can be. I mean, kind of think of it like Minecraft. Like you have like little recipes and like little redstone, and you can start off with like.
I've never played Minecraft. This doesn't work on me.
Let's see. I'm trying to think of man. I'll do any kind of comparison. Like so, a lot of times I talk about it like a car, right? Like, it's you can look at it as the engine. You can look at it all the way down to like the individual spark plugs. And so, you may tell an engineer, hey man, I need you to build me the fastest car. And there's engineers of everywhere across the spectrum. They're out there engineering the right rubbers, they're engineering the right spark plugs, they're engineering the right gaps in there. But I mean, at the end of the day, someone has to be able to go and explain to everybody what they did and really simply. And they have to be able to package all of those individual pieces up and kind of present them in a way that anyone can come in and absorb what's there. And your code should often be the same way. You walk in, you say, oh, here's a file, and you look at the top of it and you say, oh, it says it's my user manager, and you immediately look at it and it just says, hey, add a user, delete a user, change user password, and you shouldn't see something in there that's like, buy new car. Like why would that be there? Things just, as you're reading code, should just make sense logically to you as it constantly. I mean, that tends to be my thing.
Mm. No, as and it's kind of like, and it's pretty telling because the first time reading through it, I was able to understand, but then I started pointing out like, well, the code doesn't do what I would anticipate it to do, because I'm gonna say the word offensive. I'm thinking, shouldn't you be telling the code what to do? But you were telling the code how not to break itself, which is a fascinating concept, because it should be how most people, or at least how new people write code, because the biggest issue you're going to run into as a new programmer, I feel, is your code just not doing what you told it to do. But if you are constantly thinking about how to tell it not to do something that would break it, it changes your whole logic on that. Because the second time reading it after being explained, oh, it makes sense why you wanted to only look for those one-off options, because then you don't have to worry about the rest. Very good concept.
Barring cosmic rays or weird CPU optimizations that whittle away at like what you think should happen, code is pretty much always going to do exactly what you tell it to do. The danger there is when you hand that code over to end users, they're going to put everything under the sun in there that you never imagined.
Yeah.
And so your code should be designed so that anyone, and I mean anyone who reads it, should be able to read it like it's English. And that doesn't matter if you're writing Python or C++ or C#. There's going to be some weird symbols and terseness and things in there, but ultimately your code should just read like a recipe from top to bottom. It should read like a series of instructions on how to bake a cake and how to get to what you need to do.
JD, what JD, you got anything you want to plug? What you be streaming? What you be doing? You just over here hogging the knowledge? You don't be, what you up to?
Yeah, I mostly just do consulting on the side, and I just enjoy watching folks spread the love.
Hey, you know what? Well, hey, clap it up for JD, everybody. Way to come on to the stage. Not a fear in sight. JD, feel free to plug anything you want to. If you got a consulting business, we have a spot in the Discord called the Job Hunt. So if you want to offer or lend your services to anybody, you're more than open to use that to promote your work.
Will do. But I'll be around here just kind of listening in. Feel free to ping me if you need anything else kind of clarified, or if you just want any input or anything.
No, I greatly appreciate it. Once again, thank you so much. Yeah, man, just stepping on up to the plate. I love it. I love to see it. I appreciate you. JD, everybody. We love ourselves a good JD, a good conversation. Thank you so much, JD, once again. And I'll put you back in the coding with Restraint. If y'all want to ask JD a question, he's still inside of the coding with me bot. So if you guys want to ask JD any questions, feel free. He's a consultant, so he might charge you per question. Don't come in there thinking it's free. No, Jay. But that's the thing. That's why I enjoy. It's not like I'm gonna sit here and pretend like. How many times I've been wrong on this channel a lot, but I would like to go over some of the key points and notes that I thought you guys mentioned very good about your code. That even though, and like I said this when I first started this project, I very much so am starting to build my identity for coding, or what I plan to do when I code, and how to structure it. But some things that I still probably need to take is not being afraid to use my methods the way they're given to me. So I'm thinking about, one thing, we need to figure out how to get this all purpose, but then also we already have a fix for that. But I'm looking up here. When we were doing the class for the timer, everything had its own function. And then even Kieran helped us with the property, so we wouldn't have to worry about how to format it moving forward. JD say he ain't charging for the business. Appreciate you. But your methods on the level of 25 lines. I think some people mentioned you should be able to see it all on one screen. Font size 9. Minnie mentioned another one. Minnie, I was going to ask you to clarify. A method shouldn't call another method only. If you could go into depth with that a little bit. Another thing you mentioned was take care of requirements. A method should take care of its requirements, not as optional. And I feel like when we were doing the TDD testing section in JavaScript, that was a large part of what that was. Yeah, if you have a function that simply calls another function somewhere else, or even two methods, just drop the extra wrapper. Not a HUD though. But you got to be able to see that. I think usually the problem I run into is I don't see the calamity until I get there. And by then it's too late to apologize. It's too late. And it reads like a receipt. That breaks backwards compatibility. Oh yeah, have a legacy system right now, and I'm looking at a function. Then I have to look into two other functions until I see what it actually does. Oh, okay, I kind of see what you're talking about. We should read the refactoring book from Martin Flower. Put it in the chat where I gotta go to find that. Hey yo, Cyforce, thanks for the raid. I didn't even see that. I was getting schooled. No, I appreciate the raid. Hold on. Oh, shoot. How was the stream? We can always learn new things. Hey, that's the reason my channel is named the way. But you'll try to avoid that in general purpose code. You may build something reusable, and all it does is call a base parent implementation. So like you might need something from the upper levels, but you only have the parent to reference, so you call that. I work at a financial system. So, okay, but generally, at least for the code that I'm doing, the level of coding I'm doing is general good practice. Obviously, if you needed to have a function within a function for calling something just to make reference to it, you're coding something way off of my, like I think probably the perfect lurker has I know for the fact the perfect lurker code has a bunch of that in there already. The perfect lurker has a bunch of that in that already. No, I can, and like thinking about it, I could see literally the name of that class, like maybe even hold a class that is strictly dedicated for holding obscure functions, and literally you call into that class, you call into that function, and you grab it and you move on. All right, but I'm still excited to test this. All right, because if we're gonna break this, I'm breaking it right now while everyone's here. because once it's broken and y'all gone, I'm gonna be sitting here by myself trying to figure this shit out. So let's figure it out. Oh, the old bot is still running though, so that's good. We got 5 hours on this. Do we have anything here? Oh, the list is still rolling. Oh, okay. So first, okay. It took ages to understand why I would ever want to use abstract clauses when interfaces and overrides virtual methods exist. I hope it don't take me that long. All right. Y'all know today was a great day for coding when I pulled out my handy dandy notepad twice. And we got to talk to JD. We got to talk to a stranger about coding. We're living the method of our code. All right, let's get some music and get some understanding. My baby don't mess around because she knows the soul and the table so. What does it? And if this all works, this weekend we'll do the. If this all works, then this weekend we're gonna do this subathon or streamathon or whatever the hell you want to call it. Okay, so for the sake of working code purposes, we're gonna what am I looking for? Oh yeah, this whole thing is new. Yeah, we added this here. Had the right idea, just poor execution. Okay, so let's push this. And then we can work from here. And we'll call this last working section with bug for duplicate donations. Duplicate donations. That's the next thing I need to get into. Even though I program live, I haven't been really put in a stressful situation of doing a hackathon. Maybe I need to. I couldn't join the game jam at the time. I was getting ready for a vacation. I went to Atlanta. I think that was in July. But it is something that is now like starting to pique my interest. And once again, it's coming based on my confidence to like think about code, no matter how wrong or right it is. Just like the fact that I'm even thinking about structuring my code. Like it wasn't just like I just write one sentence and keep going. Like I actually think about like where my code belongs and how variables show up, right? But I think being around somebody either on my level or just slightly above, where like I can see how other people who write mediocre code think, and then I'm like, oh damn, that's what I look like? Is that what I look like when I write bad code? Okay. So first and foremost, so first things first is we got to figure out how we want to close this up. CWS number. So now that we can go back, so we're working here. And actually, I guess we weren't on. And the thing that I should have actually just while you're on phone, but that's where you got the. So we can borrow this for a little bit. Oh shit. Sorry. A fool. Build a full user profile. My E button is stuck. Yeah, my E button, my E is stuck. I've started noticing this. So we can put this on ice. We can actually put the length up here because we know what the length is going to be. because we dictate the length at the bottom of each one. Oh yeah, coding's a humbling experience, that's for sure. All right, so we got the length, and then we can put priority out. So now we just need to find 3 sources. And we also don't know the dictionary source, so we don't know the dictionary source. I put none here. But I don't think we need that. We'll solve for that. Okay, so with that, so should this return message close out the client completely? Right? So we should get out of the client cycle. Ooh. No, I don't like that. You're better at C hashtag. All right, so first foremost, you made mention of fixing first to get the song info. Or no, first we need to get the CWS number. That's the only way. So first we need the CWS underscore number. Or we need to check it. In the message. And then after that, we can get song info, artist, and song based on CWS number being and then after we get the song, we can also then get the type. Or actually, is this one of the rare occasions where we can do the, because if we know what the song is, then we can also get the type. Get song type. And then adding info to adding info to the user, not this one is important, user queue. And then building JSON. Hey yo. Where do we get a byte? What the hell is that? Oh. and building JSON. All right. This is our plan of action. Actually, we need, I don't mention anything here about, we need something to validate the bit amount and handle call out to API. Oh. Yeah, I guess we're still out of it, so I guess we can still do it. All right, let's go with the first one. First, we need to check the CWS number. All right, so we need to get the number. How much of my old shit can I use? Don't fall into the trap. To get the number, but we need to incorporate both of them. Oh wait, no. We just need to get the number. So we can say def get CWS number. So what do we have access to? We have access to message. Oh shit. We got access to message, which will hold the CWS number. Message, what does it say? Message. And the message is what's the parameter for this? Oh, it needs a type. Message type. So what string? It's a string. It has to be a string, not the full word. All right, why are you still giving me shit though? So at this point, we can use the match. because we know we already wrote the function for the match. Use match to get to check message. So if now something's wrong, what do you want from me? Is it really grayed out because of this shit? Nice. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Oh, and then because I haven't called the function anywhere, so it's still grayed out for that. Okay, I can live with that. That return has fucked me. But then how do I get out of the loop? Or does that mean does that mean it has to come last? But if it comes last, then how do I check it? Oh, I can run it async. So I check in asynchronously. Do I have to put in a wait? If I run it at the start, I feel like that's what the bot does. Client start. Okay, yeah, I can run this last. And it's So I have to figure out how to run this. So I have to first figure out how to run the client before I can write anything. Because I can't. I don't have access to the client. I won't have access to the client. Which means okay, and now it comes back to life. Okay, yeah, so I gotta figure out how to run the client first. How do I run the client first, or run the client last? All right, this is the end of it. So then we put it here. Just humor me for a second. Just humor me for a second. Yeah, because it doesn't have the match and it doesn't have the amount. Okay. So that means I need to get this stuff above it. I need to get this above it. Oh, is that what you were talking about with the handle? Okay, so I need to get this above it. if I stare long enough, the problem will shoot. I do need to get it on top. Okay, so I do need to get this on top. Okay, and then also, you don't even need to rely on this shit no more. We know it doesn't work, so we can just delete this. I'm trying to solve a problem for code that doesn't work anymore. We're done with this shit. Where's the client? Oh no, we need that part though. Yeah. And we need this part. Hold on. Let's not get too delete happy. And we need that match. Alright, we're getting rid of that. And we can take this shit up here. I'm gonna keep one down there. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Or maybe even some. No, that's actually the perfect place to put it. Use match to check message. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, now we can start building. Somehow, some way. Did I delete the client? Fuck, I deleted the client. All right. I need that client back because I need to see at least what I need to bring back. Okay, ooh, too much. I need this part. Everything else we can come back for. But I at least need this part. This part we can also get rid of. I'm mumbling to myself. We'll get some sleep here shortly. We're on the. I just want to make sure that when I return to this, I understand what I'm doing. And part of that is we got to delete some stuff. Okay, this is what's got me by the balls right here. We'll rebuild all of this. But like all the red and yellow from this stuff is making me panic. And we don't need that. Yeah, because I'm so ready to be like, oh, I need to be defensive. I need to think about the code defensively. I just got to get some shit written down. All right, cool. Now we're back here. So I have my client below me. What do I need to make my client run? We have a client event, client that. And now we're going to need a function that will call this at the top. Hey, get some rest. I appreciate the gifted subs. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you kicking in, hanging out with us. We'll get this figured out. What time is it? It's only 12. Give me 30 more minutes. 30 more minutes. 30 more minutes. Because, like, if I at least don't accomplish something all day at work tomorrow, this is all I'm going to be thinking about. I'm going to be pissed. Not necessarily defense. Not necessarily defense. Just ask, what do I need, or what am I expected? What am I expecting here? You'll never be able to predict a function of everything folks can throw at you. Okay. So right here, but just getting the CWS number. So in order for me to get the CWS number here, what do I need? In order for me to get access to the message, but it can't be in the client. It can't be in the client anymore. It can't be in the client anymore. It can't be in the client anymore. But my client can call a function for me, can't it? Right? Can this call a function? This can call a function for me. Call function to handle. Call function to handle events. Pub sub events. Pub sub events. So then if we can have another function, what does that mean though? If I have a function it's calling. If I have a function it's calling. Do I need this to return something since it's at the end? It needs to be a function. It needs to be a function. It gave it was correct, yeah. So now I'm thinking like there needs to be something that like handles, because we don't want to work within the function. So we literally can make a function called like the event handler. But we wouldn't. Dev event handler. Hold on. let's go pass here. Just real quick. No. So it would have to be outside of here. Or shit. Even an extra step here. Like something for handling the event. So validate the bits amounts. Get song and artist information. So even though it's further down the list, we need a function. We need a function or a way to call the event handler. But also the event handler the function can't be below. So the function event handler, it can't be below. Yeah, the function can't be below. I'm wasting my 30 minutes. Come on, think faster. You need a function for calling the event handler. What's the parameters for this? Oh shit. No. I'm doing this backwards. I'm doing I want the code to do something. Or maybe. We can't have the function in here. We can call it from in here so that when the event sub runs, it runs the event handler. So the event handler, what's its parameters? What do you need? The event handler needs whatever the pub sub needs, which is event. What do you need? Does that work? It does. So now it gives me access to pub sub. Okay, now, oh shit. I have access now. So anywhere I put or maybe I only have access to event. Okay, but event handler is now outside of the function. So you too can also have event. If you spell that shit right, event. Okay, now you both have events. But now I have access to PubSub on the outside of the client. So I'm not working in the client anymore. Okay, maybe I need to build this up first. Where's my other code? Ah, fuck, I deleted it. Did I? No, it's right here. What is this? Oh yeah, this is the user builder queue. Who is this? Hey, what up, Count? What up, Count? Thanks for the raid. How we doing? How was your stream? We're cooking with gas now. I think we're cooking with gas. Now I just need to rebuild the event handler. I'd hope. Yeah, how was your stream? I feel like I haven't made it to any of your streams. Why do all the cool people stream when I'm streaming? How am I supposed to watch cool people streaming when you streaming when I'm supposed to be watching you? Oh wait, I'm right? I'm right about what? You got it exactly. You're now out to break out. Now you're able to break out of the client and control the flow of everything. It's your own standalone Testable method. Oh, okay. So now I can almost set it up like before. Well, we're trying to be as cool as you. Hey, you're already cooler, and I need you to keep it on ice. I need you to keep it on ice, baby. Okay, JD. Okay, but now I need. Okay, so So with that being said, we should absolutely build the event handler first. So let's get out of here. What do we need to build it? Well, we need this example. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted all of that stuff. I have to run this late, but you even know. Get some rest. Hey, how you guys doing? My name's Hero. This is Coding with Strangers. We're having a breakthrough / meltdown. There's more green in my code than code. I'm a little anxious, but I have fucking 10 minutes, so we're gonna try and get as much accomplished as possible in 10 minutes with the event handler in question. So what do we need for the event handler? What did we write last time? I can't even begin to think what we wrote last time. Okay, just think. The event handler. The event handler is handling everything that the program should do other than validation. So the event handler isn't checking for anything other than what the event is based on. So what can we pull? So let's pull the username. Okay. Let's take this. We have it. Yeah, we have it right here. Whoa. We have it right here. Give me a tab. A message came back. Okay, let's think. What you mad about? What's the beef? Oh, actually, I'm doing this in the wrong place, but that's okay. We can pull this. It's in the wrong place. X event handler. Hey, stop being disrespectful. Okay. So this is really structured ugly. So we got the length. We can put this. So we have a username. But it's not cooperating because actually we do call. Okay, but we don't call the username function any. Okay. So we have the username, we have the amount, we have the time, we have the message. That's all it can give us. We can then print the message. We can also give it the length, but that's just because we have that. What is the CWS number? CWS number is up here, so this can't be possible. The event handler is only going to give us what we know, so we don't know what that is. Oh, actually, we'll need it to do something for us later. Okay, CWS number. CWS number. Okay, we need the CWS number because we can't. I feel like we're stuck. We can't check. We can't. Yeah, we have the message, but the next thing we need is the CWS number. So we have the function. Okay, so we need this match. Let's take the match. X. One more. We need the CWS number. I'm looking at it, but like I can't move. So, okay, and we can get rid of this. We can put this here, and now we have the match, and we have access to the message. How is that possible? Function parameters can function parameters reach into other? How do I have access to message? How does this have access to message? Because it's in the parameter. How does it? How does it have access to the message? Yeah, but how does this parameter know what the message is? From where? Does it get? It doesn't get it from. Like, is okay, hold on. There's an easy way I could test this. Amount. No, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. Okay, so I'm back to basics. I haven't used it yet. Oh, I guess that would make a great question. Where do I use this at? It will error out. Okay, I hear you on that. Ayo, the the tiny ton, TY ton. Put it on 117. 117. Oh. Okay. I think I get it. So what you're basically saying is telling me is that coding with stranger's number is equal to Hey, what up, Internet Bird? You'll be able to tell if the message is populated from the printed logs before it's passed through. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's like a check, but this is if CWS number isn't called in the event handler, then it won't move. Okay, so every function I have out there, I need to have a purpose for it within the event handler. So the only way that get CWS number, that's now a function, and we're extracting it from the message, and this will turn whatever this message into a string. Okay. Okay. Right. So now I can get rid of this. All my code is dead right now. All I see is dead variables. Yeah, but still your function doesn't return anything. Yeah, this is true, but we can make it return something. We're not done writing it. But I was just curious to know, how would this be called? Like, I know you need to return something, but where would I call it? Even if I return something, I didn't know where it goes. But now it makes sense, because in order for the event handler to do its magic, it needs it. So now we can go back to trying to figure out what this does. So now we can make, we want to do work, so we need a if statement. Hey, yo, give me my power back. If statement for work. Quit being disrespectful. So we go if. We only got one word to come to life, so that'd be if match. Yo, come on, man. My fucking eye is stuck and it's bothering. So if match. If match what? If match. What did I make it do before? Oh no, I deleted that. Shit. It's not dead, it's growing to be born into finished product. Facts. Whatever I hear road code base, I want to die immediately. I don't know. I got some trusted strangers with me. But what I do need to do is look up how I did this last time. Hold on. Where's my test code? Boom, here we go. Match group upper. Oh, I made this one the CWS right away. But we've already decided we're not doing that. This is almost identical to what I'm about to do. Why come I can't make it CW? Hold on. Why can't I make it CWS? Why can't I make this CWS? Oh shit, it's because I'm returning match. Okay, never mind. Return. I was about to hit that shit. I was definitely about to type that shit. We need to return match. That was the dead code before. Return match. Yes, because then it'll make it uppercase. Okay. But we still need a else. Else. Return. So that means bits has happened, but the person didn't have a CWS number. So print. So this is going to be a command in the future. The command we send to the person. If done right, you can make things easier. F. Do I even have access to the user? Oh, well, yeah, I guess I do. No, I don't. Okay, yeah, I guess you're right. Because we don't have access to any of that. Damn. I didn't even think about that. So let's just return empty. Or, yeah. I didn't even think about that. We don't have access because the function is getCS is either it gets it or it doesn't. Yeah. I was trying to build on it. You're right. All right, we're done here. Huh, that was intense. Okay, what's next? Get song info. Get song info, artist, and song based on CWS number being validated. Okay, so we need a function. Dev get song info. My brain's melting because okay, this is what I'm thinking. I'm looking at that match and that shit is mighty sexy. The match would have, but the match isn't a variable. The match is a function. The match is a function. The match is a variable up top, but the match is involved in the return. Wait. No, I have access to CWS now. Why aren't you lighting up? Oh, because you're not being called. You're not being used anywhere. In the first place I could use you is here. CWS, do I have access to it? No. Still glowing coding with strangers. Number. Okay, but it's a parameter, so now I can call it. I just need it to be a string. Okay, it's a parameter. All right. Get fucked. Come on. It's a parameter that I need to call. It's a parameter I need to call. Yeah, I'm literally picking this up as I go, cause I'm trying to avoid doing what my instincts tells me, but I like do it not because of your instincts, but you have to be able to prove why you're writing something. The reason why that message is lighting up is because I used message in the function, so I have to figure out why I want to use CWS number. The only reason why I want to use CWS number is for the purpose of this function, which is to get the song info. So we need an if statement to check if the song, we need to check to see if the songs match. If the CWS number matches one of the DLC or the regular song. It's on the other side of 12:30 here now, so I'm a meeting at 7 hours. Hey, get some rest. I appreciate you coming through. Appreciate your help. Thanks for the conversation. Icon getting some rest. Y'all breaking the seal, man. Y'all breaking the seal. Okay, hold on. So we need if statement. I need to hold on to this idea. If statement to check if the CWS number is in the DLC or regular. So now, if we can call that. Oh, there it is. We got access. Okay, CWS is in regular CWS songs. What do we need it to return? What do we need it to return information? I'm kind of having a brain freeze here. Even if I extract the information, where will I send it? The event handler already knows the... Oh, wait. Okay, so... Damn, okay. Yeah, what am I gonna do with this information when I get it? Or what does it know where to push this information? because I need to return something. Okay. Based on the example above, I returned something. But where am I returning this to? In the old code, where did I return it in the old one? As we got information. So I need something like this. But I did it all at the end. Alright. I pushed it too much. Because I'm feeling anxious. I'm looking at my old code. Oh, shit. Okay, what do I do with song info? I gotta stop. No, I don't. Coding with strangers. Get info. The example above was all designed in order for me to get the CWS. So here I want to get the song information. When I get the song information, where will it be placed? The CWS number. So so something is going to call, something in the event handler needs to be called. Something in an event handler needs to get the music. Needs to get the info rather. Okay. I kind of see. I think what I know. If oh, snaps. Okay. Okay, so this is okay. It's a repeat. Somehow, some way, we need to think about this a little bit further. Damn. Maybe I should have kept his example up longer. So, similar to like how we did it here. What you screaming at me for? What you want? Oh, you're mad about this. Okay, so similar to up here. We created a situation where we would need to call the return. So if we want the CWS, if we want the CWS number in the string. What do we want from here? And we want the song info. So what song info does the CWS regular hold? It's going to hold it holds the song artist. So if this is true, yeah, we gotta, because we're gonna need to build, we're trying to build the information, but I'm stuck between two halves. What information do I have access to, and then what will I be able to do with said information? I know I need to build a user profile, so I need it. So instead of me trying to figure out what I can pull from it, we're just gonna pull everything that it has to offer. So we would return everything that the CWS can do. So we know that it has dick source, and we know that since this is a regular song, it's just going to be regular. After that, because we're building up the key values for this. What's after this? We need the song. Yeah, we need the song. And this is going to be from I have access to regular CWS song. I always forget. I don't know if it's the first or zero. If it's 0 or 1. Where is it? CWS. The song is. Oh, the song is 2, but it should be 1. So the artist is 0, the songs are 1. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. I want to say 2, but I'm wrong. I'm gonna be wrong. I need this. No, not this one. This one. Regular song within this. And we said it would be 1. Does that look right? That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. Should it be this? Because we're going inside of the regular song. We need the key value. We need the key. The key is CWS. How the fuck do I have access? Oh, okay, I got it in the string. I was about to lose my shit right there. We need the key in order to find the value. So we have the key, now we've got the value. And we're gonna copy and paste this to do it for the same thing for the artist. I was about to lose my shit. Artist, regular song, CW, 0. What else? What else do we get from the song information? We know we took out the length and put the length at the top, right? Yeah, we don't need to worry about the length. The length is going to be for everybody. The only other thing, how do we dictate the priority? do we dictate the priority? How do we dictate the priority? How do we dictate the priority? You wouldn't be programming no more. The problem is, when I first started writing this, I very much wrote it with the hopes of giving code instruction, but today we learned a lot. When we refactored this, we took a defensive approach. We don't want the code to do this, but you can do everything else except for this. And when you write the code sort of with that mindset, it stops you from having a lot of errors. But so when I originally built this to build the user profiles, right? We can look at it we can look at the screen that's gonna house this. Sorry. Right. So you can see like the list below me build, like, this Python code is going to help populate that list below me. But the thing that kept happening that I couldn't explain was, say for example, someone made a mistake. Someone made a mistake and donated the wrong amount. It would show up as, oh, okay, that person's thing wouldn't show up. But the very next successful donation, for example, this one right here with all 3 blues, for every mistake that was made, the next successful donation would trigger duplicates of whatever the last thing that person donated. So, like, it essentially, you could make a mistake and give yourself 3 song donations. So then I became confused, like, but I have these in if statements. And basically I just was nesting my if statements. And I kind of did it because I saw other people do it. But then I kind of found out really quick I'm not other people. Humbling experience. The level of disdain I have for time, man. I'm always running out of time. I tell you, like, so yeah, they told me basically it was because of all the nesting. So now he kind of talked me through it, and now I'm trying to go at it at my own pace or piece it together. But now I don't know how to get the amount. I don't know how to get the amount. But maybe I'm just tired. We gotta go. Gotta listen to the song. We gotta go. Boom, boom. Yeah, we'll finish this tomorrow. I have high faith that we're gonna get this done before Friday. We can do the subathon Friday. I mean Saturday. Oh, damn it! I was about to raid the doc. No. I was about to raid the doc. She's ended her stream. Oh, she's raiding me. I was like, what the hell? Who's she raiding? She's raiding me. I'm looking at myself. Hey, don't get comfortable here. We're leaving right now. Oh yeah. What's up? What's up? Hey yo, what's up, Poseidon? The fry guy. I was about to Ultra Instinct my way out of the way. Welcome, welcome. My name is Hero. This is Coding with Strangers. Don't get comfortable. You can see me tomorrow. We're out of here. Productive. Who are you gonna raid if you didn't raid me? I appreciate your raid. You guys make sure you follow Productive Time. She's my favorite doctor on stream. Let me see what the. Take it easy, my guy. Hey, I appreciate y'all kicking it with me. We got a lot done, and it's one of those it's like one of those exciting streams where like you have to go backwards in order to go forward. So we get excited about those streams for sure. We definitely get excited about those streams. Let's see who we can catch. That's actually pretty crazy. Dude. I see people using SQL. Let's see if there's anyone at the bottom of the list who's cruising for bruising. What time is it in Australia? App. Coding a Twitch extension? Hey, so am I. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. And I really want to get you though. All right, take me to the promised side. Let's go. What's up? What's up? What's up? We had a great day. So much fun. We got to talk to JD. Minnie was here. Robo was here. And Robotech was here. So many people. We got Wire sending us a multiple gifted subs. Whose birthday is it? It's the person we're gonna raid next. So here are the perfect strangers and lurker. We got a lot done. Thank you so much for spending time with me, kicking it with it. You guys could have been doing whatever the hell else cool people do on their day or in time off, but y'all decided to spend it with me. We'll be back tomorrow. We got 2 days left to complete this because I don't want to go another week without not completing this, right? I feel like 2-week project is what we're looking for. Shout out to JD, first time in the race, first time first place. Robotech, comfortable in her own place. Robo, I see you right behind Tech. Productive Time made the list too. Wow. Minnie in third. Robo, you're in second place in both places. That's a rare occasion. We love that for y'all. Like, share, and subscribe, all that cool stuff. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I get off early, so I'm going to probably code some of this. We got to get it done.